hello everyone, how's it going? Hi folks, how are you? Oh, hello and good evening everyone. I hope everyone is doing alright tonight. Hello YouTube, hello Twitch, congrats on First Phoenix, hello Steve, hello Kirishima, hello Sentient Dessert, hello Liquid Rat, hi. Hello Sage of Nothing, hello, welcome on in everyone, welcome on in everyone, hello Isiniso. Good evening, folks. Hope everyone's doing alright tonight. Hope you're doing not too shabby. If not, I hope you're doing spectacular. Got a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh to do. We're gonna be following up Dual Vibe. We're gonna be... Ayo. Cat, as the kids say, Ayo. You're eating a triple cheeseburger with bacon. Pause, chat. It's in cat. Original bamboo sword. A form for Lady Angie. Lady Angie or Lady Angie. Kinda cute woman. Original bamboo sword. My luck, I suppose. Hello, Miss Liv. Welcome on you. Hi. There are a bunch of new stuff going on. A lot of new cosmetics. We have a lot of things to look at. We have a lot of things to look at. There's now a holiday website campaign. Huh. How does this work? Duelist Point Program. We have some new accessories, chat. We have the Pumpkin Fever icon flame. Oh, hello, Lodua. Oh my gosh, wait, this is so cute! Oh my god, wait, I have to send this to Joy. This is so cute. Oh, the dual sleeves. This is so cute, chat. Oh my gosh. Chat, we have to get these. These are so cute not to get. What is this? Field Plot's Eater of Millions. Little dragon guys. Then we have Pumpkin Fever as the icon. Foster check, thank you for the foster check. But chat, these are so cute. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. Oh, those are so cute. You know what? Pause. We're going to the shop right now. Immediate purchase, that immediate purchase. I know we don't have a lot of gems, so we gotta get on. We gotta get our economy on. Hello, Lian. Yeah, we have to return to our cycle. Whatever we do for the day, we need to spend at least like 30 minutes playing Yu-Gi-Oh or something, so we can do our daily missions and grow our economy. Thank you for the stream tweak feeds. I hope you're doing well, man. So chat, the new Altar's hitting Master Duel is Meek Monko. So Ohime, the manifested Meek Monko, has a new altar. And so does Huli. There's a new secret pack with them involved as well. There was a gem discount for the New Year's. How predatory. There's a login campaign. How spectacular. There is a New Year Mikonko bundle. you get 2 URs guaranteed. And what is a lucky card? It grants you 1 UR Royal Finish card. Chat, this is a good bundle. You're guaranteed 1 UR Royal Finish card. You also get a collector's file. You get the Makonko coin. Yeah, it just looks like a lemon, but I suppose they each their own. You get the Mikonko sleeves. 2 different Mikonko wallpapers. And 20 a dance dedicated to the heavens hat. The lucky card is an interesting concept. Yeah, it's a new season of ranked duels. And we have a new tryout duel under SR event. So I guess SR or lower. So you could play Susha. You could totally play Susha under this logic, I think. We have cohorts. Phantasm beats. And Shino Bewan cards. Interesting. So a cute little duel trial. We missed out on the 2026 duel trial, chat. We're bozos. There's a new season for the duel pass. This new duel pass features. Let's see, what does this feature? Features disposal, and it features the deal bell background. A lot of good options, Suship is probably better with URs, but like you could reasonably run Suship. I think Planet Patrol has too many URs. Yeah, Planet Patrol has too many URs. You cannot play Ghost Stick. Honestly, you can play Suship pretty well. You're just missing like some of the good random Xyz monsters. So let's see. Let's go check our rank 4 Xyz. Let's go check our rank 4 Xyz. We can maybe run 1 or 2 monsters. We could run in like Malevolent Sin. We could grab like, let's see. I believe Saugus is a UR, but what we could do is... Where's Raffle? Is Rafflesia a U? An SR? If Rafflesia isn't an SR, you could run Rafflesia. There's kind of no point in running the stealth plugin spawn if you don't have stealth plugin. We have more of these. What is it? Painful Decision, right? Painful Decision, I think is the card. Painful Decision is one that you could run. Oh, Fireface Quiz. Thank you for the follow. Wagner Zero's Crazy Exo Sister? Yeah, let's go back to our rank 4 Xyz. If Mazador would stop being dorky. You skipped that trial. Hello, Tomato. Hello, Bello. Hello, Kiwi Steam. Hello, Kiwi. Thank you for the follow. Is Primite Wolf a good option for Suship? I'm actually not sure. I don't think it would be like... I'd have to re-look at the Primite part. I don't know if I have Exosystem monsters. You mean this one? Which Exosystem monster? Aspiotil? Yeah, that one's pretty decent. That one's not a bad tech pod, actually. Utopia Ray is a where? Really? Well, you mean an SR? Let me cook. Hello, vegan. Let me cook, chat. Let me cook. We still have double or nothing? Okay, spectacular. We might, you know... We might need this card. I don't think we'll use it, but we might need it. Then, do we have any generic link monsters? Any generic link monsters that might be cool? One of the nightmares has to be like an SR, right? Surely, one of the nightmares has to be an SR. Surely. The rank 5? Whoa. You can't just make us drop a copy of Uni. I would rather first drop a copy of Stealth Plug and Spawn, because we can't play Stealth Plug. Let's see. Surely. Yeah, well, none of the Nightmare cards are SR, so they're all yours. No, Nightmare Phoenix. We might need Nightmare Phoenix. Who knows, chat? Who knows? Okay, but like... What does this one do? Oh, little bull. Hi. Welcome on in. How was your stream, Jeff? Welcome, waiters. If y'all don't know me, the name's Santon Salyev. Seriously, for sure, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel the One Piece TCG. Sometimes I do art. I'm going to the World Championships for a card game called Arrestos. We're gonna be doing art later tonight. Today we're gonna make a quick deck for the event. I hope y'all were doing well though. How was your stream, yeah? Really cursed? Oh no. Oh, well, that's not good news. Chin up, little bull. Chin up. I'm sure you'll get him next. Were you doing some more speed 1 challenges? I'm going to assume you were doing more speed 1. Like, this one is not... That was not terrible. Like, of the Utopia monsters we could go into. Is Utopia way victory? As opposed to regular Utopia way. I mean, if we have to hard go into 2 Utopia monsters, I'd rather take these 2 since we're only going into them off Utopia double. I don't even know how often we're going to actually use Utopia Prime, but you know, who knows, chat? It might come in handy. Might just come in handy. But yeah, waiters, if y'all need to head out, you know, y'all don't need to stick around. Yeah, there's a yearly community 100% race. That sounds fun. It wasn't awful, but it wasn't good. Truly next time. Do we take out Utopia... What? How would you take out... Wait. Utopic Future? I don't know. Like, I know it's not as good without F-Zero, but like... Maybe we really do have to take control of them once. I'm just saying, we need options. Like, if we need more space in the extra deck, we unironically cut this stuff, plug and swat. We shouldn't even be running half the water monsters, to be honest. I'm just wanting them to be cute. Like, we could cut a sea nettle, and then... I don't think I own any primary cards, but... Like, you probably could use Suship under the primary thing. Need 2 more card slots. You could try running like another Shock Xyz. Shock. Where's the one shock that summons itself? Oh wait, no, it's Big Jaws. Big Jaw. Big Jaw. Is it not Big Jaw? Chat, what's the wing 5? What's the wing 5 shock? Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? The level 5 shock. It's a level 5 shock monster. I'm not crazy, chat. I'm not crazy. Level 5 shock monster. It's real. It's real. I'm telling you it's real. What's in the name? No. Big? Okay, there's too many things with the name. It's not even Big Jaws. What is it called? Me when I have to look through every level 4 or 5 water monster. Guys! It might be an SR or U. It might be U. That might be why I can't find it. Big surfacing jaw. Exactly! Big surfacing jaw! Oh, you're right. It might be a U or... Oh, shoot. I'm gonna be real. Technically, Penguin Squire is a 1-card combo into at least 1 Xyz monster. So, like, if I put Bunkin Suship Shawry face down in the fence and I have Penguin Squire in hand, Penguin Squire flips it face up. It doesn't have to flip. I might just run Penguin Squire. It's a really weird pet. Y'all will call me crazy. Y'all will call me crazy, but I'm cooking with Penguin Squire. Chat, I'm cooking with Penguin Squire. In the event that I have to commit anything face down, and we have Penguin Squire, this goes quick. We're only winning one. There's really not a lot of other Great Water XP. It could be like the 4th Tengi. I mean the 3rd Tengi. Does it say level 5? Oh yeah, I'm running level 4 or 5. Okay, so here's the thing. Y'all don't know about the second effect of Penguin Squire. Penguin Squire can reduce its level by 1 or 2. So if I put Gunkin Suship Charlie face down in the fence, it immediately triggers Penguin Squire. Penguin Squire special summons itself, and if it's uninterrupted, will flip Gunkin Suship Charlie face up. And then I can reduce its level after the special summon prior to flipping it face up. I guarantee myself a level 4 monster. Hello, Cecilia. Chat, you don't understand. No. It reduces its own level. I know every penguin line, chat. I know every penguin line. Don't doubt me. Don't doubt me, chat. I know every penguin's line. When the Ava math is. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Hello, Cecilia. Big brain combo. Surely, chat. Surely. Don't doubt me. Don't doubt my logic, chat. It will come up. It will come up, alright? Am I excited about the new penguin chat? I've been waiting for penguin support for a hot minute. Penguin Brave is one of my favorite cards. Okay, spectacular. We're gonna send a Gunkin Suship Charlie to the graveyard. We're gonna add a Gunkin Suship Charlie. We're gonna unexpected die into a Gunkin Suship Charlie. We're gonna Seashide Savannah. And now we're gonna go ahead and we will... we can switch the trap. And then we're gonna go ahead and stack the cards. You hear the rumor about butter? You're not gonna spoil it. Goodness me. Yeah, stop Chloe. Technically, we can't go Uni switch Charlie. That was You forgot about the event. Hello, Siku. And Conus, thank you for the follow. The one sad thing about the big sushi shop. The one really sad thing about it. That's crazy. I guess we just pass on this, to be honest. At least we have two. We have two lines who are really awkward. The one unfortunate thing about Gunkin Sushi Uni is the fact that I can only use its effect on my opponents to annoy the battle. You need a smile for 2026, goodness me. Y'all are so needy. I'm just kidding. Wood is unfortunately very breakable in the grand scheme of things, chat. In the grand scheme of things. Sushi is more of a going second deck comparatively. It's we're hanging out, we're doing some deals. Speaking of Altar, chat. Speaking of Altar. So, Rush Door for a while has had alternative cards that kind of go, like, over the flame. Hero is finally doing over flame cards. I think that's pretty interesting, all things considered. One thing to note is a lot of these overflame cards aren't reprints. They're actually entirely new functional cards. I'm not really sure how to feel about it, but we're gonna see how that goes. Yeah, we're gonna see how that goes. Oh my god, they could have carried our board! Sick twisted boys. It's also interesting that return to the hand doesn't count for a lot of card effects that pop off of being returned. Hello, Dwarfin. Lightweight. You realize all of my commands are manual now. In order to hydrate, I have to drink water, chat! Oh, y'all know I don't have fancy. I wonder how long it's going to take them to, like, build. So what are our options, chat? What are our pulling out for this board? We can get a one card draw off of Seaside Supper Spot, but I don't know if there's a single sous ship card that really gets us out of this. Oh, Onion, thank you for the head cut. Well, I did not start any. I mean, draw talk shit. I did not start any wars. Wouldn't you? If I did start wars, you'd be hearing it from me first. Pause. What does the Milky Way force do? Actually, okay, this is really interesting, chat. So, the stars align across the Milky Way is actually an Eastern Asian legend about two lovers that were separated in the cosmos, but the stars in the sky and a bunch of the birds make a path for them. Actually, that's a pretty good top bet. All things considered. All things considered, chat, this is a pretty good top bet. Pause. Thank you for the wait. So because we have a sushi one, hmm. I want to sexualize you, but technically this is the proper line to give it. I don't know if we have any more summons for this one. That's kind of the other. That sounds like a good romance. So hello, Media. It is a really cute romance tale. Oh, it was a good try, Tap. Cruise ship is always better going. I don't know the full story, Media, but like, I'm sure the full story is very compelling. I feel like it's a lot more interesting than some of the like... Yeah, Vietnamese fairy tales are kind of weird sometimes. I think the only like super cool Vietnamese fairy tale I really like is the one about high battle. Oh, let's turn on fun talk. Oh, food. Hello, Cosmo. I'm sure a lot of anime have taken inspiration from other Eastern Asian. So the story of High Batchung is really long, but basically it's usually translated as the Chung sisters or the Chung sisters, and it's a story about these two sisters who ride on top of elephants into a war to protect Vietnam in the middle of a war. Can you end the duel? Please stop shuffling my foot. How can a lobster have fun? Is anything is possible if you put your mind. And that's how it's possible. But how are you, Meaty? How are you, Cosmo? Also, hello, Bello. Cool, Bello, cool. Yeah, the state of world politics has been in a constant decline for the past years. Now, I don't talk about politics much, but because mainly a lot of what goes on is completely out of my control. You're doing good. Well, as well as anyone can do, like. Also, the most interesting thing about like the Venezuelan economy prior to this chat is that like people who played RuneScape in Venezuela and sold their services to other players could make about as much money as like a doctor, which is really sad to consider. Let's properly pick going second. Hopefully we'll be able to do so. So this does point out that the majority of popular handcrafts are yours. We have a decent amount of gas to cook with. A decent amount of gas. What we could do is a painful decision. Grab dog. lobby. I do kind of want to do something with Buzz. But that's kind of the problem. Does Vietnam have any monster stories? Yeah, they have plenty of monster stories. Let's see. There's one about a man-eating tiger that actually becomes, like, human and lures people into the jungle. Sometimes it's a woman. Some of the more, like, interesting folk stories, I suppose, that are, like, less pessimistic. So there is an adage called Wongame. And I'm mispronouncing that terribly. Do not take my pronunciation as anything accurate at all. Because I'm very terrible at my native tongue. But basically the adage says, like, dragons, what's it called? Means like when, dragons meeting clouds, I think. So what that means is it's supposed to mean that, it's supposed to refer to like a couple different things. There's like a glass bridge based off of it, I believe, somewhere in Vietnam. It's a tourist attraction. But the adage is supposed to refer to the concept of basically, like, when good conditions are met. And so the reason why it's when dragons meet clouds is it's believed that dragons bring rain. So logically that means that, like, if dragon touches the cloud, it will rain. Because dragons are kind of seen as more of like a... When they're worshipped, they're kind of seen as a creature of prosperity. And so you want lots of rains, because Vietnam is mainly known for, like, farming. So you want a lot of rain to make sure that you can water your crop. There's a couple, like, other stories. There's a lot of, like, stories related to, like Buddhism. I think one of the weirdest, like, fairy tales, like, it's not a bad one, it's just kind of like a weird flick, is about this fisherman who falls in love with, like, I don't know if she's a princess or, like, a royal's daughter or something that he sees in the... What is this for? Lord of Striking Thunder. They cannot be targeted by monster effects. Cannot be destroyed by opponent's artifacts. What do our other utopias do? Do they target? Target. Target. Why do all of you target? I know you don't target. That's not a water monster. I think all of our quads target, so, oh, boys. I think we definitely need an They should only have one of those activated. If only there was a way for me to establish one warp. Maybe I should have picked one with big one. What about this thing? What is summon the Lord of Flames? So we're gonna add it back. I don't know, chat. We'll see what we can do. I'm trying to think any other weird. I'm sure if I looked it up online. They probably have lots of monsters. Like, they have a head detaching werewolf, a river spirit, and a Pokemon. Wait. And a giant python. It's not just the giant magical python that are evil and immune to spells. Oh gosh. Nada is like a water goose. And I guess they're like ground souls that are forced to enslave. Oh my god, that thing's so. Damn, if we somehow got rid of Buzzsaw Shark, this actually wouldn't be lethal, ironically. Only we have one more material. You have any other effects? Of course not. So what do you mean trolling myself? I'm not trolling myself. They took a good one. They also have nightmares. They're gonna pop double or not. Because they feel all bad. So I wonder if something like negate attack goes crazy. Y'all think something like negate attack is crazy? Yeah, we can't be spending all night dueling. We're supposed to be productive at some point this evening. dearest. Can I play a proper deck like Tindango? Joke's on you. The Tindango extra deck monster is a UR. So we can't play it in the event. Honestly, pretty solid going second hand, all things considered. You can make like 2x these monsters. I'm gonna switch the craft part so we can make sure we have a Bunkin Sushi story. Why not? We're going to Phantom Night! We'll surely just pop back into our shall we? Oh, towel. Actually, we just go equal. Because if they don't present a real monster, how are you looking? The mirror for us is a mirror. Well, if they don't have any real cards, we'll win at some point. Whether it's off eco or beatdown or what. I don't think I decided to put in any backwards. Like, clearly just keep excavating. I suppose we could have gone Shelby Red and then stack a Shelby Red. I think we'll just do that next. Oops. No, Boo. Well, thank you for the bid. No, Bushin. Stop giving us. I will unironically beat them down with a 200 attack once. I have that kind of patience. attack. Run it back. We will excavate the top the weak part. Surely we will hit a Gunkin. Aha! We've done it. It's just that simple, chat. It's just that. We'll simply just top deck. We'll simply top deck all of them. Now, if I'm doing this right, I believe Gunkin Suship Uni Dreadnought can stop them if they chain a trap. But interesting that they're just kind of letting that. We could discard a... We might actually... Since we do have daily spoken, I think we just discard... Pick one of the two. Alright, so then we'll set these up for battle. Now we'll see what happens. We'll make some headway. Interesting that they have some kind of... Wait. Oh, hello. Yes, you had a mirror match playing in console. I think I messed up actually. Yeah, I've messed up. I think we can still find a line to lethal from here. It's just not interesting. Because now I don't have a guaranteed red trolley effect. You played Gunkin and you're a fan? Oh my god. Don't look at this. I'm poorly sequenced. I don't like how they have something in there. They have some kind of toggle, and I'm not a fan. Surely will be fine. You kaiju the Hoolie and they went into normal mechanical combo. And then they scoop. Truly a story. Twitch, you're going in there. If my opponent could pick a card, that would be lethal by a little bit. We should have gone Charlie Red to you. We could have just kept it. Cool. I'm gonna draw a daily here only because I think we need a shovel back. I think it should be fine. I don't know if we have any other monsters that do anything bad. Huh. Oh. We should consider taking in more backroll hate. We're not going to, but we really should consider for the event taking in more backroll hate. That should be something we put into consideration. We should do have a lot of good ones. Full sushi board here really doesn't like do that much, but I suppose it's like this. I think that's every single Charlie in circulation now. Definitely a border force. Probably stack these. Not guilty. Yeah. We still have a normal summon too, but I think we should be fine. I think we should be fine. Really solid looking board, really big. We don't have anything to stop the Shino, unfortunately. I'm gonna have the Uni. I don't think another Eco. There's too much this over here. Healing was also decent. You know, we haven't pulled out one of Penguin Squire this entire time. We haven't had opportunity to do cute stuff with Penguin Squire. Like, it's not looking hard if this is Exorcist. I kinda don't like the one-off dab mode. I think this is every single... I don't like that my opponent might have. However, we're just... what is it? Xenoblade Salvation. Cool. Really quick. Hi. I suppose if they have nothing to play, it will be fine. Oh, hello, Silent Fox. How are you? Battle Fader would go hard for this event. It kind of feels like Battle Fader goes crazy for this event. Alright, surely we'll be done with the event. We can go to a intended product. Definitely a hand of all time. Let's get a one. Chat, we can finally use Penguin Squire! It's so time, chat. We're so back. We're so back. Okay, we hit absolutely nothing. We're so back, chat. We're so back. I don't think the Utopia wants is particularly good. Okay, maybe we have to hold Penguin Squire. Now we don't have every amazing follow-up. We have a terrible board. We're gonna hold Penguin Squire as follow-up. Well, we not. We have finally pulled the one of Penguin Squire chat. Surely it will only end well. We are going to proceed to get combo for her life saving. We really need battle favor. Unironically, Chaos 4. Alright, chat, are you emotionally prepared for this? We set right hand shark. We activate Penguin Squire. We summon Penguin Squire. We change the level by 1. We flip the right hand shark with the Penguin Squire. Now what have we accomplished? Absolutely nothing. It's cute, right? It's cute. We're going to negate the effects of both of these. And then we're gonna pop their feel spell. This should be lethal because equal can attack. There we go. There we go. Oh, yes. How Celestial's strongest soldier today? Are you talking about Josh being soldier? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hello, LDS. Hello, Sam. How are you? The combo has finally paid off. Wanting the one of Penguin Squire chat has won us the duel. Clearly. 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 Yeah, we have to ignore world events. Your blood pressure is extremely high. Yeah, chat, let's ignore world event. Thank you for the rich pet cats. Thank you for the height weight. Thank you for the Porsche check. Chat, we've done it. We've done it, chat. Surely we won't get scammed, right? We're getting scammed. Chat, they scammed us. It's ridiculous. Snack? Chat, what kind of snack should we have today? We have no more daily missions. We've done all our daily. Yeah, I think it's about time we transition to the daily. Now you're probably wondering, Sam, what do you mean by the daily? Well, by that, well, we're doing a little change up. We are finally moving on to the Yuki art portion of the stream. Aha! That's right. She's got you. She's doing productivity. We ran out of hot takes. And now y'all are just forced to watch Duel Live. Me of the cards, what is my yearly wisdom? Let's see, chat. Our wisdom for this. Play more cards. Alright, so if y'all remember, if y'all don't remember, we have this little animatic we need to do. In terms of snack, that is probably a good time for me to go grab some snacks. I'm thinking chocolate this evening. Alright, I grabbed like 2 pieces of chocolate. Surely that will be enough chocolate. Oh, Mino, your Quimbus wish came true spectacular. Anyway, so chat, if y'all don't know, we can work on this animatic. So that's the productivity we have to get started. But I do like hanging out and talking about video. So, clearly we can do both. Clearly we can do both. I have faith. I have faith we can do both, whether or not my drawn tablet thinks we can do both. Let's see if my drawn tablet likes this. Says Diamond Gaming. Do I have no more hot takes? No, this is takes with a T, not T with a. I don't call it pancakes either. We have hot takes, a little bit different, fundamentally. Huh. Something's up with my drawing. Okay, now we're back in business. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make us a new animation reel. I think we're going to... we're gonna, like, clean this up a little bit. Like, I think this was a good figure drawing. I think I need to, like, properly... Hi, Professor Malcolm. Trying to learn animation. We've been trying to learn for ages. How are you? I really need to, like, properly, like, clean this. Which, like, I'm no good at, but, you know, we'll do it. We'll try to do it the best we can. We'll try to do it the best we can. I'm no good at body shapes and all that kind of stuff. Like a Greek Roman god costume. I feel like a sword is... Maybe the hand is worse. Five seconds at 30 FPS equals 150 drawings. What drawing? Does the software help me with the in-between frames? Not really. There's some that do, but since let me start reading some of this talk. Since I like to do like hand-drawn frame by frame, I don't really have like any training for the most part. The Despia field does have a pretty solid beam, actually. I figure out the proper costuming for the person in red. Since we're cleaning this up, I might as well have like the proper costume. When it comes to animation and such, chat, it's an uphill progress sometimes. An uphill progress. I'm not really good at it, but with practice, you know, surely with practice comes perfection. A little funny thing about the little animation that y'all see playing in the background, like when I loop this, I did all of these rocks on my phone, which is why I want to start cleaning them up now. see if I can find a good lens. Oh, I guess there wasn't less colder pad and more fluffy cake. There's a fuzzy fluffy cake that they put on. And then they have a chest. I suppose I also have to put that into account. Let's see, they have some arm plates food. Arm braces. The tingle. We have a big billing tape going on. Outside of the cape. The rest is pretty simple costuming wise. We'll like try to simplify the hand, I suppose. Gloved arms. Something like that, something like that. Playing some Mech Knights, not me, my opponent. Or whoever was playing Dual Life. The new spell reveal is making a funny idea happen. Which new spell? Am I making alt-art cards or is this it's a topic of discussion. Hello. I'm not making alt-art cards. We're just discussing. We were discussing alt-art early in this game. We can still be discussing alt-arts now. I'm just doing it. Then, like, does he have anything else on him? No. Just that for the costume. So, what I'm going to do is the figure in red. Which we're just gonna do a quick trace over of the previous segment. I'm going to like... I think I need to restructure how I'm drawing the arm. Basically... what I want the arm to be doing... I want them to be like sticking their palm out towards the camera. But this is like a perspective type. Oh, Ben, welcome to the stream. Sometimes we actually play the card game. Sometimes we just talk about the card game as I do art. And usually while that's happening, we're also discussing the art I'm doing. Welcome on in. We're watching some duel. You love Yu-Gi-Oh! What's your favorite part about Yu-Gi-Oh? We were discussing some alt arts, the new alt arts that have been coming in the TCG. On top of like, Masto has been doing constant back-to-back alt arts. With all this new collection stuff they've been doing. So I'm not the best at perspective, but basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make the arm angled, in which it's kind of like pointing at the camera. You're probably wondering, San, what is all this stuff? So if I clean this up a bit more, I'll kind of explain the shape. You want to make the arm like a cylinder. So this is the part of the arm back here with this circle that connects to the shoulder. Like this. And since it's a cylinder, it comes and it connects to the elbow like this. You'll see how it's starting to kind of look like a cylinder. And now that we have it at this point, I need it to go from this joint, which is the elbow, to like facing towards the screen. But this is like a matter of like a point perspective, so... Now, I want the hand extending out. So, when your arm is facing away from you, chat, the thumb is always gonna be on the outside. I'm no good at really drawing hands. But this is kind of the shape that we need to make for the arm to be extending towards us. So we gotta get that shape together. And that shape's going to affect how, like, the rest of the body lays. And how, like, the rest of the stuff on the, like, body fits around. We also have to consider the previous frame. So if the shoulder joint is shown to be right here, and I make it over here, then that means that the body needs to shift over a little bit too. So it's like small stuff like that that you don't particularly consider, but it's like the angle of like where the body sits shifts over, and like so does his I'll see that like little like line section in the middle of the face, this thing that I'm erasing. That actually will change too, because that's where his eyes are facing. So he's actually going to be facing towards us. So we're going to change where that line is focusing. So that when we're drawing this out, we kind of know that he's supposed to be looking this way. I'm not the one playing. We're just watching a random duel live replays while this is going on. Magic the Gathering should not be doing those collabs. That is a pretty lukewarm take, to be honest, though. I think everyone is kind of agrees with it. Since this arm is extended out from the perspective, it's actually going to be covering that area. And then it just comes to question like, how much of the cape do we think naturally covers the arm? Which is like an okay amount. So we'll draw that over. And then I have to draw a hand from this little connection. The hand is like fundamentally kind of like a little collection of like rectangular boxes. So if we draw the rectangular box, we should be able to like logically define it to look more like a hand. That's like the theory. We'll see how well the practice actually goes. And then the perspective changes too, like if I want how I want this poem to be facing. So we'll keep it like that for now. It's not the best looking hand, but if we spend too much time on the hand now, it's gonna be like, yeah. There's only like 2 MTG sets this year. The rest of the product is collab stuff. You're fine with it, but most people aren't happy. I mean, I don't blame most people if they aren't happy with, like, feeling like they're getting less core set stuff. I kind of understand their plight. I honestly suck at drawing hands. So I'm gonna probably like revise the hand of them. Something like that. And then since the body turned, we gotta make some adjustments. We actually get to see this defined side of the body now. Gabe's going to a little bit. It's like this side of the arm we have to consider too. Not like too much, but enough for it to matter, like no. Now this makes me feel like the arm connection was so funky. And that maybe we should have moved it over a little bit for my intuition. Surely we'll be. Surely. So we hide the previous onions. If you're wondering what this is, it shows me the previous flame. It's called an onion skin. It allows me to reference like the previous flame. We only have like the 2 frame, but it. Okay, that looks silly, but we probably actually needed to move this was that is such a weird thing to try to draw. So I think we have the face. I think it's really just the arm. We could probably like adjust the body a little bit too. The body is looking a little bit stiff in this flame. I know that we spent all this time trying to draw the arm. Unfortunately, drawing the arm here wasn't that helpful. I will like drop it in here in case we can utilize it in some other way. Maybe it would be easier if we... I'm gonna throw back on the onion skin. I wonder if this actually works better if I have him step a little bit further back. Perspective-wise. That might actually work a little bit better. We'll see how this goes. It's like, it has to be an in-between between these two, but I suppose at least if the motion feels a little bit more natural. Then we take those, as the kids say. If at least the motion feels a little bit more natural. Let's check in on this Dubai. This was Diamond King. Who's MTG collabing with? They're collabing with a lot of stuff. I don't really keep up with MTG. I know this year they did like a whole bunch of collectibles, like Sonic the Hedgehog, like I think they did SpongeBob. They've been collabing with a lot of stuff. Oh shit. There's a Furby collab that's crazy. Who's even getting in on the Furby collab? That's so silly. Well, for the figure we have in the back, he's really not going to be doing much. I've already kind of confirmed that I kind of want him like holding a sword. At least it'll be like visually interesting. Maybe I can have him actually turn his head up. Actually, what I'll do is I'm just going to trace over our existing head, and then I'll just make him look up. You're probably wondering, Sand, how do you do that? Well, after I trace this, I take the head, I move it this way, I give him a little bit more of a neck, and then I just change the little head positioning. And voila. Okay, that's too dramatic of a... We'll have it in between. We'll have it in between. We'll have it in between, surely. What's a neck? Good question. Some of these people don't have neck. You think K-pop Demon Hunters is gonna get a collab at some point? That would be really good for MTV, I think. I think it would spark a lot of interest. I don't know how much long-term interest it would spark interest. I wonder if they're gonna run into a similar issue with like I suppose Weiss also has this issue. Basically, you have all these IPs that people only really like get into the game for that one set, and then they don't stick around. So now what we can actually do is I can go down to this video, and I'm going to hide it. So that when we do the little run through to the animatic, you can see which parts are like activate 1 and which ones are like 1. I'm going to skip this section because this is a particularly complicated section to draw. We are going to work on this section because this section is a little bit easier to attempt to render. So what this section is going to be, if you see these arrows on the edges, this is intended to be a little background and a zoom. If we get rid of Commander, we could destroy their game. Okay, so here's the thing. Everybody tells me that, like, Commander's, like, the easiest way for people to get into MTP. I don't know if that's, like, true or not. Like, it makes me wonder, is like, Commander a simplified MTG in the sense that it's, like, bolt format Yu-Gi-Oh? Or is it a simplified MTG in the fact that it's dual? I personally wouldn't know, but... It does leave pension for one to one. You know. So you're probably wondering, Sam, what's all this stuff? So first off, we have some clouds. We have some pretty golden clouds. We will do these in orange. Okay, that's not going to provide enough contrast. We will do these in red. I don't know how billowy I want these clouds. What am I drawing? I am working on it. Right now we are drawing a section with a bunch of clouds. I know this looks very... I know this looks very chaotic. Just trust the process, chat. Trust the process. Now the thing with these clouds is that there's going to be multiple different sections of clouds. I know that also sounds like a confusing concept. Just trust the process. There will be clouds in the foreground, mid-ground, and background. And on top of the areas with these clouds, we will have these little pillars. So we can be a little bit lazy with the pillars. For now. This is just laying out what their intent is supposed to be. Now we're finding our skip. These colors are in the cloud. The rules aren't any more simple for other formats though. Interesting. Oh, okay. Commander is simple. It's you a magic player who plays Commander, and CEBA. You wouldn't call Commander simple. It's built on a social contract over a fun over competitiveness. I see. People understand how much skill is lower because of politics. You can have a really bad deck and still win because you politics so hard you turn the game into a 3v1. So it's like a multiplayer game. I don't know anything about MTGs. I'm not going to begin to ever like pretend that I know the concept. Hello, Squeezering. Thank you. Aw, thank you for the Prime sub. Chat, all your subs go towards snacks and children's card games. Command is hard. Like, that's the thing. I hear a lot of, like, what's the word? I hear a lot of, like, conflicting opinions on Commander. So, like, when someone tries to tell me about Commander, it's not that I don't believe them. I just, like, doubt the validity of the statement. Not because I don't believe them. But because I've heard so many, like, vastly contrasting opinions on the format, I'm not sure what to believe. And there's nothing wrong with, like, if people have different opinions on the format, that doesn't make it a bad format. I suppose, you know, for, like, like a terrible way to articulate it. I don't know what's going on with Commander because, like, people will tell me different things. People are like, Sam, this is the best way to get MTG. It's so simple. And other ways are like, this isn't real MTG. It has nothing to do with MTG. I think it's a terrible way to teach people MTG. And I'm like, okay, well, that's like the complete opposite of what everyone has told me. So, you know. Commander isn't hard. Commander is 3 to 6 players. I don't know, chat. So, like, there's so many different opinions. And, like, here's the thing. When someone says that something is difficult, you don't know, like, how people are rating that. Aw, thank you for the hype point. Y'all don't understand how people are, like, rating complexity. Like, here's the thing. Maybe, assuming from what I'm gathering, Commander is a multiplayer game mode that also has like a social aspect of the game built in. By social, I mean like kind of like those social manipulation games. And I could be wrong, it is just based off what you're telling me. If playing a social manipulation game is part of the claw game, that could be difficult for someone to have to do. Likewise, it could be difficult. Someone could rate the difficulty based on some people see it easier to do a 1v1 than it is to have to worry about multiple threats in a game. Like, I'm not here to speak for whoever plays Commander, obviously. I'm just saying that, like, when people say that something is difficult, you do have to keep in mind that you don't know exactly what people mean when they make that statement. That could mean a number of things, Cat. It could mean a number of things. It could mean someone thinks that the game is difficult because, like, they don't grasp the concept of having to play a normally 1v1 card game in, like, a larger format. It could mean that it's just more difficult because, like, it might not even be, like, difficult in terms of gameplay or mechanical skill. They could just find it harder to organize because you have to, like, play with so many people. Maybe it's hard for them to, like, focus when so many people are playing the game. You don't know, Cat. You don't know. And you can't speak for everyone when someone's trying to say something. So you're probably wondering, San, why are some of these red lines disappearing? When I draw these blue pillars, I'm trying to appropriately draw them in the layers in between where these clouds are. So when I finally draw out this scene, I know how to properly layer things in case I need to do some kind of edit. Just trust the plush. Trust the plush. So, that's why, like, it's also difficult for me to judge, like, the game mode. Because, like, people will tell me a lot of different things about it. And, you know, it's stuff that you read online. You don't know exactly what people are saying in regards to, like, the topic it, you know. Commander's ideally playing with 4 people. And, like, some people do think that a more multiplayer game is more complicated. You miss one. I see. It's the most played format in your area. You hate this deck? Oh, I'm sorry, Snoozling. Did you come from YouTube because I've been ignoring both chats? You hate Template? I'll catch up with chat when time is appropriate, chat. If I'm a little slow on catching up on chat, it's because I'm trying to focus on draw. It's not that I hate y'all. Commander with Flint Swap. You're really talking from a rules aspect. MK. Though using a fraction of Yu-Gi-Oh's rules, Commander uses most of MTG's rules. Chandra. True chat. Chandra. Get on Trident Dragon. Get on Trident Dragon. Yeah, there we go. There we go, chat. They've done it. They've done the thing, chat. They've done the template. Which reminds me, chat, if you have if you have Amazon Prime, consider giving us the snack from your Prime sub. Chat, Twitch chat, you're going into ads in just a couple seconds. You know what would save you from ads? A Twitch Prime sub. Bottom. She's so good at the card game, chat. She's so good at this game. So it's intended to zoom. We're zooming. We gotta clearly define this way now. So let me start naming these. So out. Dragon Ball. You know, I haven't kept up with modern Dragon Ball chat. It's been a long time since I kept up with Dragon Ball. Western Power, but give it to Leon. Hello, Alpha. Welcome on in. So we're going to be adding a new animation folder. I really suck at drawing people, but it must be done, chat. It must be done. One day we'll actually be good at drawing people. Today is not that day. I'm going to make this a dwarf appeal. Hello, EQB. Thank you for the follow. Did you know that Sand Sally is the cutest Sand Sally based VTuber? That's crazy. For more Sand Sally facts, subscribe, like and subscribe to twitch.tv Sand Sally and click the bell icon. Chat, did you know we stream to YouTube? I also really suck at drawing anime faces from a perspective angle, but we could give it a shot. Actually, you know, this one didn't turn out that bad. You just have to shape it a little bit better. This one actually isn't turning out too terrible. I am kind of impressed. Kind of impressed, chat. Kind of impressed. Normally, this turns out terribly. This is somewhat passable. I'm kind of surprised. It's kind of passable, all things considered. Considering we're not a great artist, pretty darn passable. Okay, so anyways, so back to the whole MTG thing. So what I was talking about with the like. They're called secret layers, right? So they've been doing all these secret layers, all these cool collabs to try to drive interest from new fandoms into the game by having, like, you know, just like, oh look, there's a insert, like, you know, insert IP that I'm familiar with. Like, type energy. And that can help drive interest into the game. And it could also serve to, like, you know, keep the interest of existing players if it's IPs that they care about. My worry about them doing so many is that it starts to potentially alienate their current player base. Who, like, the people who are there literally just for MTG and not, like, the other stuff. Might feel like MTG is not, like, giving them MTG stuff. You know, it's like, well, what about, like, the regular MTG? What about the people who don't care about Hakune Miku? You know? I'm purposely butchering that, by the way. Purposely butchering. The chin's looking a little strong. Okay, there we go. That's actually looking pretty good. So that's like my only like thought when I see that kind of stuff is it like a minor concern that they could end up alienating their like main player base because of it. So I suppose if players like don't mind, then no harm, no harm, no foul type deal. We haven't done the in-betweens, but I want to, like, again, clean up the, like, key frames. So I'm gonna be a little bit late. We're going to copy the, like, generalized face shape. The bangs will change a little bit because she's going to be facing down. And then we're actually going to just, like, have her face, like, kind of down. And hopefully that saves us a little bit of time. Having to, like, draw out a lot of this. That's my hope. Whether or not we'll be successful, we'll find out. What alt cards? We were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Alt cards for paper. And also like alt cards for plastic. That's what we're talking about earlier. And now we're like briefly talking about MTG because I guess it came up when talking. Shout out to live stream, always. I'm gonna turn off the onion skin. I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. The overflame cards for Yu-Gi-Oh! By the way, chat, again, like, if y'all didn't hear my opinion earlier, I don't know if I have a strong opinion on them yet, because, like, I didn't think they would be functionally new cards. I think everyone, myself included, pretty much thought they were going to be, like, reprints of existing cards. So it's interesting to see them, like, make them as new cards. And have that be, like, the new thing. Which I suppose, like, isn't out of the realm for Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, some of the, like, big, like, QCR and, like, big secret hits have been, like, some of the newer cards. Whether it's maybe to just drive interest to the meta cards or, like, what. I can't entirely say. So, it is something different and interesting to have to, like, kind of consider. Yeah, close enough. I think we could have cleaned it a little bit more. I think the face looks a little too long now, but... Actually, I wonder if we can fix that. Yeah, good enough for me. Hello, Clothing, welcome on. Hello, Snipe Kid. You're heading to bed? I hope you have a good night, Snipe Kid. Thanks for hanging out. You're so deeply worried when you get rarity cards in 5 for Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of the serialized cards. So I do think that a lot of serial cards with Yu-Gi-Oh! Like that's another thing that serial cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! It hasn't really been done before. Like other TCGs have had it. So we're just gonna have to kind of like sit and see how this affects the overall game. Hopefully that at least helps. One of the biggest problems at hand right now, chat, is a lot of stores, primarily LGS, like don't want to stock Yu-Gi-Oh! Like they'll take pre-orders from like, you know, their existing player base, but they really don't want to like stock product. Cause like no one's like buying Yu-Gi-Oh! Product after like the first bit of when it's sold. Which like that in itself is a whole like other problem. So like, you'll see how it's a lot cleaner when instead of doodling on my phone, I take the time to like actually clean it up, right? Like, y'all can see the big differences between the flames, that like, we actually took the time. Like, y'all can see it. I hope y'all can see the difference in the flames that take the actual time to be a little bit more like, you know, actually rendered out versus like, me just before local starts up at the LDS and I decided to just draw this out. I did this in the notes program of my phone. Y'all don't need anything fancy to do art. I think this at least like, here's the thing, chat. There's always a balance in quality between like the high and expensive cards that collectors are looking for, and then like the mid-range to like lower rarity and hopefully lower price cards that like players want to be wanting. I'm not here to speak for every TCG, obviously. Like, there's a lot of things that impact card price. Playability, you know, how much of that card is pulled out of a set, how much of that set, how much of the set was printed, how much of the set is being opened, how many people are playing, and also how many like cards of a card they part of playset. And all of this affects the price of the card like on the market. Does Tiger King of Wangu beat them? I don't know, chat. Does Tiger King of Wangu? Good question. I'm started on that next piece of stuff. Oh, deal. Technically, interesting. Hello, SK Games. So there's one tool I've yet to actually utilize. The program I use for Clip Studio Paint is something very unique. Actually, no, it's not that unique, but it's interesting. Photoshop does this too, and probably a couple other like art programs can also do this. Clip Studio Paint allows you to import 3D models to your canvas. So technically, instead of trying to like freehand sans serif like this from like a side view, I could just import a 3D model of like an anime girl and trace over that instead. Which in my opinion, chat, is like still valid art as long as you're only using it for like the base detail. As long as you're not doing like everything, like down to like the clothes, the colors, and the line work. Just using it to like get the pop anatomy, there's nothing. You're just gonna drop a dimension barrier on yummies. So what this is intended to be like my little hand sleeve holding cards, but I'm really not great at doing. This is probably going to be one of the weakest drawn flames when we like fully wind it out this thing. So I really am no good at drawing this kind of like stuff. I'm really bad at drawing hands. So I don't anticipate this one to be a very good one. Uh-oh. I don't anticipate this one being a very good one, but close enough. We'll get a better hand reference when we need to actually render this. It always goes back to Mitsu. So if y'all are joining from YouTube, the cards that you see in the thumbnail, if y'all didn't know about it, are actually from Rush Duel. Which, there's no Rush Duel in NA. At least I don't think there was, at least like a year ago. Maybe they finally brought it to NA now. But a year ago there was no Rush Duel in NA. So they've already kind of been experimenting with different types of card art. Just in an alternate format of the game. I also have to completely redesign this flame. Because we have a proper reference for the costuming on this flame now. So, I have to actually we'll keep the pose, but we need to like completely change the outfit. Which is not the end of the world, like... It's really not the end. So go dark blue. We will say the important part is like the intended like arm position. It's like another thing about loading proper anatomy, chat. I'm really bad when it comes to drawing proper anatomy. Like, this looks terrible. This looks terrible. I don't even know if they have pockets in the new design, but... I just like to get us a base of what the intended body shape is going to be. Let's get on the next toy. I'm drawing more cartoony. You wouldn't be going too hard about proper anatomy. I mean, like, that's the other thing, clothing, though, is that, like, proper practice does make for, like, proper learning. So, like... I'm trying. We're trying. Oh. Yeah, what's your course? Alright, it looks like... Is that bandages? Otis has his biceps out this point. We can work with it. We can work with this. We can work with this. I kid you not, this is what the costume design, like, I didn't design this, chat. This is just what the costume design for this one is like. I have a left wing, and I'm trying to stick to the left wing. But gosh darn, is this not some bozoey all the time? Fundamentally, how does this even work? How do I draw this from this angle? We're gonna try our best. The perspective on this one may end up with something. Good enough for me. At this point, chat, good enough for me. I think we take those. Anyone else play Duel? Chat, any Duel Link players in the chat? I know Phoenix plays Duel Link. The Eldritch Mass Auto Mass. People do like the Eldritch. That's true. We can still have that same kind of pose. We just need to make it. So, intended to go from this pose to... Oh, stick. He has like a belt. Pause, more detailing to your Bozo costume. Oh, wait. You got some kind of belt. I'm assuming it just... Let's just... ad-lib this. Improv this. Assuming dragon-themed belt. I wish I had an official reference for this thing, but we don't. So whatever, we just deal. We just deal. We just deal. Suppose I can get rid of the action line, maybe. I'll just make it dinner. Is that Baron the floor? You used to play Duel Links, but you fell out of love with it when you became PC. Isn't like Duel Links horribly like pay to win or something? Or pay to play? Chat, don't you have to like pay like real? Like yes, you have to pay money to play Yu-Gi-Oh! But y'all know what I mean, like y'all know what I mean. The way in which he's facing is going to change. So I hope that comes off as like... I hope that is translated well. I also think I need to adjust where the belt lies with that case in mind. Let me get the next two light going on. Welcome back. I don't know much about Duel Links. Does Duel Links have Altards? Hacks are terrible in Duel Links. Hello. Are there Altards in Duel Links? Did they somehow make Duel Links more predatory than I anticipated? When are you getting dungeon dice launches again? Yo, that's what everyone's saying. Chat, when dungeon dice. An in-between, surely. We'll have an in-between. I do think now it's looking a little big, so I think he needs a little smaller. I will say this side perspective of the hand is one of the best side perspectives of a hand I've drawn in a hobby. Shout out to me for drawing a pretty reasonable hand. 1 damage, true. Alright, let's save up this. Now, let's see how this is working. I feel kind of bad that there's like one person that doesn't have an official costume. I hope they don't mind the costume that I put on. Oh, God, you know, it's fine, chat. Duelist A has the lizard. Surely they'll be fine with double maxi lizard. Hello, sword. Hello. Surely the lizard will take them many places. You don't just discard the lizard. Hello. Oh, lizard. Oh no, chat, they finally drew into Goblin Board. But the lizard's already attached. Really classic Lysil gameplay. I will say that it's a pretty nice exact leap. I'll give them that, chat. A pretty nice exact leap. Diamond Gaming. I think one game that has done alt-art really well is actually One Piece, and I think One Piece has been, like, inspiring other TCGs to do more with. Speaking of more rarities, I never actually pulled a manga in One Piece. It's a pretty, like, difficult thing to pull. But I suppose I shouldn't be too down on myself for never pulling it. Yeah, I've never pulled a manga. Someone should buy me One Piece cards to change things. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games, you used to get bonus scores for being life points and non-transactional. Interesting. Oh, cute. You're not sure how you feel about scalpers moving from one Yu-Gi-Oh! to Pokemon to One Piece. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that either. I've been kind of taking a break from One Piece CCG for a while. One Piece is in an interesting transition. From the transition from OP13 to the OP14 meta, there are going to be some big things coming to the game. Hello, Scholar Laser. If y'all don't know, One Piece TCG, the Western format has been behind releases from the Eastern format, which is pretty common for newer TCGs that get imported from Japan or other places in the East, like America and other Western countries like Europe, Canada, etc. Even like Mexico and stuff, like Latin America. So One Piece CCG has been trying to get both the East and the West on the same meta. Makes sense, right? So One Piece CCG is finally going to be unifying the East and West. They've been like adjusting releases to account for that. They're also finally going to be starting their rotation, which I have complicated feelings about rotations and card races. So this all really depends on how well they do rotation as a I'm not really sure how it will turn out, but it's definitely like a game to keep an eye on, and since it's really solidified itself in the West. Not that like, so here's the thing, like Bandai has had years of multiple different TCGs and franchises to like build up their repertoire. I'm not surprised that they have stuff like the Bandai TCG to do like, you know, their own, to do their own like tournament reporting. It's not surprised that they have locals that already have Bandai TCGs that are picking up stuff like Gundam and One Piece to run alongside all their other. That's not new, nothing special. Right? The one thing though with One Piece TCG is that around the time that it released, it's actually about, I think, 20% of the players in the West, and this statistic has probably changed since then, but about 20% of players in the West for One Piece. One Piece is their first card game, which is kind of a big deal tag. One Piece came out in the West around the time of the advent of Lorcana. Now you're probably thinking, like, Sam, what does Lorcana have to do with One Piece TCG? Lorcana introduced a lot of normies to the concept of TCGs outside of just, like, collecting Pokemon cards. So a bunch of people who were trying new TCGs, like Lorcana or One Piece TCG, or saw people, like, playing these games in the West, finally took the dive and interest into playing a trading card game. Even though stuff like Yu-Gi-Oh! And MTG, Hearthstone, Shadowverse has been around for years, like, obviously, like, you need reason to be, like, games. One Piece since then has grown to be very mainstream grade TCG, being pushed by stuff like pricing, also the advent of One Piece being popularized in the West with the Netflix series. All that that happening at the same time results in a little bit of a lightning in the bottle for One Piece TCG to be very popular. Also around the time that One Piece came out was a pretty unpopular format for Yu-Gi-Oh! Snake Eye Fire King format was like pretty dominant around that time. So a lot of people were kind of just looking for a break for like some of their main TCGs. And like other people were just getting like directly introduced to TCGs around this time. So it all funnels into like this very unique thing that happened on One Piece initial launch in the West. And luckily they were able to keep up momentum because a lot of Western TCGs really enjoy organized play. So having structures already set up from other card games, stuff like One Piece's online regionals, One Piece's online treasure cups, and several other like mid-format type events online were able to continue to drive interest and curiosity. And with pricing and well-priced events, obviously comes interest in the prize card. So the collector scene for One Piece was also re-established by people interested in One Piece who wanted to collect the prize cards. All that like mishmash thing together creates like a pretty nice economy for TCG as well. It's like, why are people buying cards outside of like One Piece and competitive collectors? It's also why I used to make a lot of money playing One Piece. We need to go back check. How can we afford things anymore? Josh! Hi Josh! Josh, you need to get those card sleeves. You gotta get the auto card sleeves. They're so cute. You ought to get them. Yeah, exactly. Like, Card 5 Vanguard's also like one of those cards. Like, okay, Bushiroad games are kind of interesting. I haven't played a lot of them outside of Card 5 Vanguard, so I can't have a strong opinion on Bushiroad games. I do have a strong opinion on Card 5 Vanguard. For those of y'all who don't know, I played the original Western release of Card 5 Vanguard, which some people think came out in 2015. If you are an OG, you know that Card 5 Vanguard actually came to the West in around 2012 and 2015. You need to exactly, Josh. I bought them immediate purchase. They're so cute. God, if y'all don't know what we're talking about, I'll show y'all after this tour. There are the cutest little auto card sleeves out right now in massive. We're so bad at drawing face. It's fine, it's fine. We're spending too much time doing the detail on this particular flame. We gotta hash out the details for the other flames, and then we gotta start line arting. We gotta start cleaning these up. This is going to be... This thing is less than 2 seconds long. And this is probably gonna take us like a month. I'll look back. How are you? Josh hasn't logged on to Masochist's account for a bit. He has an auto two. How do they keep us coming back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel chat? That's right. Orders. You're doing good with... Where was I going with this? Right, One Piece TCG. The Morphin. One Piece TCG is having... Finally, the rotation is coming in. They're finally going to be synchronizing the releases for the Eastern and Western format. So even though all these Pokeballs are moving over to One Piece prices, the only thing that is going to heavily be affected, in my opinion, are probably going to be... if you're like old school into One Piece, and it's really not that old school, but like, if y'all remember at the release of OP03, which is the third set of One Piece, Pillars of Swing, one of the most meta cards in the four... Well, okay, here, let me preface this. With the release of the third set of One Piece has 6 different colors. So at One Piece's release, not all the colors were supported in the game. On the release of the third set came the first yellow cards. Yellow is a very unique color that plays around manipulating your life and plays primarily around trigger effect cards. Those of y'all who play the game know what I'm going to be talking about. One of the chase cards for that set, and for a while until the reprint of a popular yellow leader deck, was the secret 8-cost category. In a One Piece box, you have the chance, chat, to get a secret card. And how that works is, so you have a chance to get a couple different things. Each box is guaranteed a certain amount of SR hits. You get either a secret, or you get an alt-art leader, or just 2 alt-art cards. I think now they've changed it so that you're guaranteed 2 alt-arts a secret, or an alt-art leader. I think, don't quote me. Each set kind of changes. And so with that in mind, that means not every single box is guaranteed a copy of this secret card. Another thing is that there's usually 2 different secret cards per set. That means in a box case of like 6 to 12 boxes, about like half of them are like alt-art leaders, half of them are secrets. And of those, it's not a guarantee that you get both secrets. So that means about on average, 1 in every 4 boxes might have yourself an 8-cost category. If y'all don't know One Piece TCG, One Piece TCG is a game that has up to 4 copies of a card. And the secret category is probably a card that you could run it for. I think you were okay with 3. It's a higher cost card, so you didn't need to run it at 4. But it was an important card for the strategy of Yellow Caterpillar, which just dropped in that set. And it was a mainstay card for a lot of Yellow decks for a while until OPO 5 came around. And even then it was still using OPO 5. And so how this goes back to the whole thing with scalpers. Now, I don't think that the price of cards are gonna skyrocket that high for the average player base. But I do think this does affect any decks that heavily rely on secrets for their strategy. I do think that because scalpers are trying to get into the game, we're gonna go back to the days of extremely, like, you already have pretty decently priced secrets. I think the average secret lands anywhere from like 15 to 20 on average. Sometimes like 30 to 40 if it's like a really useful card. I haven't checked the card prices recently. This was like over a year ago, so this probably has changed since then. Don't quote me too hard, right? We're gonna be lazy and I'm just going to copy and paste this sand. We're going to be lazy because I just need this for the proof of concept. Anyway. So with that in mind, I think the biggest things that are going to be impacted are like mid-range playable cards. I don't think SRs will be heavily impacted unless they're short printed. I think anybody who wants to bling their deck with old cards might have a little bit more trouble blinging out their deck. As long as they don't lock too many staple cards behind secrets, you should be fine. But I do think this is going to affect... It will affect some SRs. It'll primarily affect secrets, in my opinion. And we don't really know how this is going to shake out, because, like, again, I'm not, like, heavily watching the market or anything. That's my conjecture, that's my concern, is that there was a point where, like, 8-class categories were going for, like, I think, like, 40 or, like, $40-$50, maybe even 60 at some point. Do I still have cold takes? Of course we have cold takes. Fandango is cool. Cold takes. You can hear more about our cold... I'm just kidding. I was about to be like, you can hear more about our cold takes in our podcast. I don't have a podcast. Don't listen to them. You also have to redo the entire costuming on this too. Darn you for having a calculator. You're looking at PS2 controllers, Toho girls going ham. Konami really said, oh my gosh, I would've done. No! We forgot to look at the autocrat sleeves! I'm a bozo! Hello, Samuel. I'm kind of talking about ratios. I'm just talking about how in One Piece TCG, so in Yu-Gi-Oh! Chat, Yu-Gi-Oh! And other card games, you need a playset of 3 cards. Because One Piece can have up to 4 cards max, that means on average the playset of a card is 4. So TLDR, One Piece has less available cards on average of playable cards than other TCGs. Because if those cards are like rare cards, like SRs that have a limited amount for blocks, or secrets that have a limited amount for like haze, and people need 4 of them, that means like instead of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it's already pretty hard to get a playset of like more Tommy. Imagine instead of getting 3 more Tommy, you had to get 4 of each more Tommy. Like not only is that more expensive for the average player, considering that like how much product is being opened, it also means that like every player that wants to play that deck is buying an additional copy. So instead of like, let's just pretend hypothetically in a case, you pulled enough of that SR for like 3 playsets, 4 playsets in Yu-Gi-Oh! 12, right? That means in One Piece, that's only 3 playsets. That means 3 players per 1 case on average get a playset of that card. Rather than like 4 people, which like doesn't sound like a lot. Well, Sam, that's only like 4 cards. It adds up! It adds up, chat, okay? It adds up. If everyone's wanting the cards and everyone needs 4 with the cards, it's scarcity, you know, demand, chat. Economy. I haven't gotten the New Year's bundle. So, like, yeah, sure. There's, like, you can tell me, well, Sam, that's very obvious. Like, anyone can tell that, like... Anyone could tell that, like, clearly it would cost more to run 4 of a card instead of 3 of a card. Like, anyone can see that. Like, yes, what I'm trying to say is that you also might not consider that not only does it, like, cost the player more, it's just, like, there's less available copies. And, like, yes, less available copies increase the price. But besides the point, what I'm trying to say is that because you need to usually run like 4 copies of a card, if One Piece prints a high rarity card, like that. If One Piece prints a high rarity card, that like people expect to have to be playing at max playset copies, and that card is a secret, or maybe it's not a secret, it's just like a holo or something. Again, like, it just agree with my logic that you expect it to be more pricey. I don't think anyone is going to argue with that logic, you know? I sure hope you don't argue with that logic, because I think that's pretty sound logic. And now that there's more One Piece players than ever, there is more product than ever being opened. I agree with that, with those statements. But now that the scalpers are getting in on it too, like, they're going to potentially be trying to drive up the prices of those secrets. Because they deem it higher rarity. Which, like, yeah, it is higher rarity. But like, just because it's higher rarity doesn't always mean that it should be priced higher. Like, the Usopp from that set sold for like absolutely nothing. Like, one secret card from that set was going for like $40-50. The other secret went for like maybe 12? And no one cared for the other secret. Take it out how you will, chat. Take it how you will. like way too big. Like, yeah, he's supposed to be a lot bigger, but height-wise, not size. Like, okay, yes, size-wise, but wait. Not height. Yeah, something like that. Oh, hello, Cloud. Come on. TLDR, Chad, if you're wondering what the heck was Sansely yapping about. It's just my opinion on what I think might. I'm worried about what will happen with all the Pokeballs coming into the One Piece TCG card market. Is that I just slightly worry that what it's going to do is it's going to cause a scenario in which, like, playable secret rares will become very expensive again. I suppose that's not like the end of the world or anything, but like, I suppose that's not like the worst thing that could happen. But I suppose that's just my thoughts on like all these Pokeballs come into One Piece TCG. I think, oh man, like a secret's gonna cost like $60 on average now? Are they going to force that? I worry about them trying to take advantage of the like more playable cards at a higher MD. We did run out of hot takes. In fact, we went out of hot takes so long ago that it was a... Would you believe that it was a completely different week in which we ran out of hot takes? I know, right? Oh, come on in. Wait, no! Chat! We're supposed to look at the order card sleeves in the shop to show off how cute they are. What? Chat, I'm failing at showing off these order card sleeves. This is a big deal, chat. Y'all gotta know how cute these order card sleeves are. Y'all ought to know how cute they are. So let's see how this is looking. Let's save our pup. For those of y'all who are joining me, you're probably like, Sam, what are you working on? I'm working on an animatic, and I did the majority of the roughs for this on my phone. So I've been cleaning up the frames since we did this on our phone before locals a couple weeks ago. So now we're just like cleaning it up digitally. So when one runs out of hot takes, you gotta start making lukewarm takes. No. Well, all or nothing. We start making cold takes. Cold takes. Penguin Blade is a cute. Cold take. Y'all should play a Last Rules. Which, like, I suppose, by the way, chat, if y'all haven't known by now, it's been known for a little bit. But Alestro's recently did an audit on the World's points, so the World Qualifier points, the Q2. They did some adjustments on the Q2. So, like, prior to them making the adjustments, I was already technically qualified because they would need to add points from, like, an old event I did at my LGS that wasn't properly registered. But I figured I didn't need them to add those points because I would just get more points later. With the recent audit, we are re-qualified for Worlds again. So I was already gonna like re-qualify anyways, but that just means we re-qualified faster. So I suppose if y'all weren't already aware, we were locked in for Lester's World. We're locked in yet again for Lester's World. So y'all can cheer me on at the World Championships in March. Cold take comedy is funny. Depends on what. Oh no! No! How many times will I forget? It's literally right when I click the dual live is when. Okay, that's it. Chat. We gotta lock in. Pause on the art. This is important. We are going to watch this entire replay. And when we are done watching this entire... What is this? Sky Strike this playing? Exo Sisters! Oh wait, no, never mind. This guy's... I thought that was the other Exo Sister card. There's an Exo Sister card that looks just like that. No, this is just... we're going to watch this entire Sky Strikers replay. As they go into going second gem nights. And when we are... And they get called by our name. And when this replay is done, we are going to admire the artist leaves. In the short hat, we must maintain all focus to look at these auto card sleeves. You never play in-person card games. I don't usually... It wasn't until like this past year that I started playing a little bit more like paper TCG. Okay, that's a lie. I did play One Piece TCG. But all my practice for One Piece TCG shoutouts for the team was primarily done on this app. I do primarily prefer remote play. And I prefer digital sims just because it's easier for me to see my opponent's play. Not that I can't play in like, we went to Nats for One Piece, we're going to World Tour Lessons. Like, it's not that I can't perform well on paper. Oh gosh, it's one of those gem nights. One of those gem nights here. Hello, Dubois. Anyway. Ah, yes, the Gem Knights Telements Fiendsmith pile. Yeah, I've been seeing this one go around. This is the new, like, Telements, like... I don't want to say slot. I guess pile. Like, nowadays, chat, modern tier is just a pile deck with whatever, like, 3 splashable enemies you want to do. Now, hopefully they will end the duel soon, so we can look at these bottom. Anyway. I do prefer digital sim because it's just easier to see all the information. And I also do like that the wood is automated. But something like Yu-Gi-Oh! Example, like there's so many obscure rulings for Yu-Gi-Oh! That like if I had to learn Yu-Gi-Oh! Completely on paper, I think I could do it, but I probably would not nearly enjoy it as much. I think I would just get frustrated by like some of the calls in the game because of how unintuitive some of the rulings are, which like that naturally happens, chat, in a difficult one. Okay, chat. Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's just go to our notifications. Chat, if y'all didn't know, we have new accessories, and for a limited time, until February 1st, you can get Otoshidamashi. Look at this thing, it's so cute. Its protectors as quoted, depicting a creature so ecstatic about their New Year's gift money, their soul has literally left their body. For those of y'all who want to celebrate the New Year's or love aquatic creatures, this sure be the quad sleeve for you. I'm immediately putting this in our penguins deck. Do I have duelist points set up? Probably not. Probably not, no. This thing is so cute. This thing is so cute. These sleeves are so cute. Immediate purchase for me. I'm half tempted to apply this to every single deck we own. Let's go with the penguins. How do I change accessories? Let's go. Amazing. Ooh, we can put them on Plunder Patrol too. That could be cute. Yeah, Chalice, but let's put this on Plunder Patrol. These are so cute. These are the cutest sleeves ever. But you're about to head into some ads. Alright, let's get back to the art. Technically, I think there's also supposed to be a backbone on this reel. Let's get some clouds in here. Nothing too serious. Just generalized cloud shape. I don't like these generalized cloud shapes. Something like... You posted the link. We'll check it out in a bit. Oh Lord, why are you sending us Aqua? Why are you sending us? Oh, you know what I want, chat? I want a Chronix and Poplar plushie. I think that would be super cute. Fire King Chronix is adorable. Yeah, that's Royal Maxi. What kind of sick is this thing? So ignoring that flame, we will continue to ignore that flame. I suppose we could replace it with something cleaner looking, but... We can replace it with something cleaner looking. Probably a bit before. Oh, let's see. not lingering. Why does it feel like this is overlapping? Maybe I'm just... Oh, it looks a lot cleaner now. We need to do some in-betweens for some of the sections that have actual movement. What did you miss? You got called help support. I showed off the auto cut that you can get in the shop. You can get some auto cuts in the Macidor spot. Those are really cool. We finished redrawing like the main two flames. I just need to start adding light. This flame kind of lingers longer than I want it to. It's probably gonna be shorter like this. Okay, maybe one more. And I think we'll have a flame after the last flame. But let's just start working on like the in-betweens and stuff. We were also discussing about how like if I had to learn Yu-Gi-Oh on paper, it would probably be really difficult. Like just having like a dedicated sim that automatically has all the warnings included is really nice. So there's going to be a flame in between these two flames. So the neat thing about the onion skin tool, if y'all don't know what these like little outlines are, an onion skin is something that it's a thing taken from like old school. What it is and what it does is basically kind of like an onion, how you can the layers when you peel it on the skin is kind of see-through, right? So the concept is that you would take your like one line art or little animation on a little slip of paper. You would throw it on this thing called a light box. And before you had digital art like this, which now like I can just trace over flames and stuff and make like edits, you couldn't do that. So what you would do instead is you would take it and put it on this thing called a light box. And with the light box, you are able to go in and put two pieces of paper on top of each other. And you would be able to use that to reference the previous flame you drew out. And so the blue and the green are the two different flames. The blue is this flame. No, the blue is this flame, and the green is this flame. So this is it's showing me what it looks like the flame before and after, so I can hopefully use that to kind of inform what I want this stuff in between to look like. Now the guy on the left here, his pose isn't really changing that much, because he's not really like the one moving. He's kind of just there. But what happens is his head does look up. I'm not sure if I want an in-between on his face or not. We could just have his face immediately snap up. And so we'd want it to look a little bit more like that last flame. The one in green. And I think I'm gonna do that. Since like the other in-between is gonna be focusing more on the red card and the red creature. So we're gonna make sure that the green guy kind of has his like little. He's not doing much. Don't mind him. We don't want to forget his little sword. It's a sword. He has a little a sheathed sword. I guess he's kind of holding on to. Yeah, we haven't like properly like adjusted his hand for, but whatever. So you can kind of see how the green guy kind of is. He isn't moving too much, but there's like a little bit of movement to him on his hand. Now we can head over to the red guy, and we're going to be making sure the red guy does stuff. We ran out of hot takes! I don't know what else to tell you. Come back in like a couple weeks for more hot takes. Oh, I did want to show the thing, Kyle, but we showed it off while you were gone. I suppose we can show it off again. We'll do it after this tour. Do we have any lukewarm cakes? Lukewarm cakes. I don't like avocado in food. I think that's pretty lukewarm. I think some people agree with that and some people don't. So again, I suppose if y'all missed it, there's new accessories and they have a really cute card sleeve. This is a super cute card sleeve. Y'all should appreciate this card sleeve. What are the best noodles? Includes pasta. I like Little Star pasta. The bow ties. And I like udon noodles. And when it comes to Vietnamese soups, it's really hard to choose between egg noodle and rice noodle. So it varies depending on what kind of soup I'm having. I do like the udon noodles. Oh yeah, that's what we wanted to show off. Alright. So the guy in red, I want him kind of stepping in the flame. He steps in the flame, he turns to you a bit more, and he extends his arm. So if you look at the arm position, we need something that sits in between those two arm positions. So I might attempt to draw the arm first. So because the arm is going from palm down to palm up, I probably want to draw the hand at like a side profile. I'm not really sure how to do that, but we're gonna give it our best on. We're gonna give it our best on shot. So like, you'll probably see the thumb. You probably see the fingers, like something like this, something like this. Honestly, good enough for me, all things considered. I probably want to make this smaller. I probably want to make this smaller. That's the other thing, chat. Like, drawing at hands is so hard. I wonder if, like, maybe I should just keep with the bend. What's wrong? Hello, Fong. Come on, there's nothing wrong. I'm just trying to, like... I'm trying to use my brain. Egg noodle is good. Egg noodle. I'm trying to use my brain, and sometimes that is it. It's a really large cake. Gotta go with cake. Okay. We'd have to slow this down for me to actually see how the animation progression goes. Something like this. Maybe I pull this. I don't know. It also feels a little strange, but it's probably also because I just need this to go slower. So. Let's pull this back like even. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's make that an even 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Motion is a little It's like smooth, but I don't know if it looks weird. Like, I guess because it's looping. It's probably because it's looping. He kind of looks like he's dancing. Maybe we stopped it. Let's just play it through. I suppose that's not. So let's pull this over. How many times? 3. Yeah, something like that. What do you read? I'm gonna have to adjust the timeline. Not sure what the best way to adjust the timeline for this is yet. I think it will be 2 frames instead of 2. Well, 2 frames as opposed to like that. So we got it at close. Oh, what else needs an image? Why am I angry? I'm not angry, I'm just focusing. Looking at the screen. The furrowing of my brow makes me look angry. So I'm very focused. The camel can't catch me all the time. I'm not upset. Well, maybe that's why everybody's asking what's wrong, is that I'm focusing. I am focusing by looking at the screen. Everyone's like, San, why are you upset? I'm like, I'm not upset. I'm not upset, I'm just focusing. Laser focus on the author. What else do we need in between? How is this? How is the transition between this and this? Honestly, it's not the end of the world to have me just quickly look down. Because it goes by so quickly. So I think I can actually get away with it. But how quickly it goes by, I think I can unironically just get away with it. So, yippee! Yippee. Let's look. We do need an in-between on this. Between this and this, we're just... We need an in-between. Unless he does it, like, really quickly. I suppose if he does it really quickly, we don't need an in-between. It would look a lot smoother without an in-between. It's also kind of funny. You haven't seen access code in a hot minute? That's surprising considering that, like, Malice actually uses access code talking in okay amount. We might end up access code talking. Malice is so fun. Hello, Shizo. Ironically, I actually don't play into a lot of Malice players right now. I'm also not a player that's very easily tilted, so I'm, as the kids say, chill. We need an in-between these two things. So I suppose the first focus is going to be like this. So let's go on our onions. I don't know if he would like ball it into a fist. It might be easier if we just ball it as a fist so we don't have to articulate drawing the hand very much. It might be easier that way. Okay, it's going by a little fast. Something like oh, yes, you won. Which means probably within the next hour, chat, we're gonna have to be wrapping it up. But, you know, well, it's a pretty solid stream. So I need him to probably look up. But y'all can kind of see what I'm trying to do with the in-between, right? Oh, it's fast. So come on. I'm not the one playing, we're just watching. Ironically, I actually need to be. A little bit of a race in here. So something like. I know that's going by like really fast. If we slow it down, oh, y'all will be. Something I guess if I pull this over a couple of planes, and we can pull this over this over a couple of planes here. Yeah. Boom. So y'all can see a little bit slower, so y'all can see the intended motion. We'll clear up a little bit more from this too. Like this kind of the intended motion. You have a replay. I actually don't watch viewer replays. Thank you for offering. I appreciate it. It's just if I watch someone's replay, someone else is gonna feel bad if I don't watch it. I kind of just make it a matter of point, like not do that so people don't feel it. What if I can do 3? No, it's probably 2. I probably won't understand what are these. What is this number thing? What I'm trying to do with counting these is that's like the intended number. Like, oh, I want to understand what does that have to do with this? What that has to do with this is it adjusts how long you flame. I know that doesn't sound like it explains a lot, but it does a lot if I do this. So first off, let's watch this thing on. Y'all can see how the loop looks. So when I go like this, it loops. If I just do the one loop, it ends pretty quick. If y'all see how it looks when I adjust the last flame in the 4 loop, it lingers on the last flame. But when I adjust it like this, the middle flame where his hand is covered goes by faster. So it looks smoother, but you can tell there's like a pretty swift motion in between. So I think that's what we're going to do is we're going to have the first flame and last flame be longer. So we're going to actually go with 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3 frames for the first one, 1 for this middle, and 2 for the last flame. So it looks a little fast in the middle, but when we play through the whole animation, it's going to have the proper effect I want. So what the effect that I'm looking for is I want this to be like a pretty swift looking motion. I want there to be clear movement so it doesn't look as fast as going from here to here. So the one flame in the middle helps it look smoother. So that's the intent of having that flame. Now what we do then is go back. And I'm gonna drag these little blue bars so y'all can see. I'm gonna drag them on the timeline so we can watch the whole animation through now that I've added these additional layers. Not these additional layers. I'm gonna go back up to here because I need to move this flame so that these 2 flames don't overlap. And now it looks choppy, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this back to 2 frames in the middle section and see if that looks better. And I do like that. So sometimes, like, as well as I want an intended effect, it doesn't always have the right effect. So that's why you have to watch it all together, because watching things in a single vacuum doesn't always result in what you want it. Hide the layer in the top with the little... Not that it matters too much, but I'm gonna hide the little layer. I'm probably gonna have to drag some of these flames like more in center, because if y'all see that little box, the little box is actually where the animation. So some of these are intended to be within that flame, and other ones I'm gonna have to shrink down to fit into that. Which is fun. That's why we do adjust it. Hello, Amy. What does this piece... How does this piece convey visually my pain as a woman? Do all pieces have to convey my pain as a woman? Is that something required in the Big Year chat of 2026? Am I required to show my pain as a woman? Is this a requirement for all artistic pieces? I sure hope not. Thank you for... Alchemist, I didn't get the New Year's bundle. We don't have the economy for it. Or anger? Not confining me to a single emotion. I will answer your question with another question. Tell me, does this animation, without any further details, do you know if this animation passes the best? Does this animation pass the best though test? Chat, yes or no? And then use that to infer the answer to Bello's question. I think y'all can have fun with that. Little mental exercise. Really. There's no dialogue at all. The answer has to be no. This has nothing to do with giving people a love letter. I have to change the animation to make this seem more. You know what? We need the anger, chat. We need the anger. Special test comic, my beloved. Clearly, chat, we have to change the direction. We have to change the direction, clearly. If this is giving, like, love letter, this is not the intended, oh gosh, chat. We're never passing the best though test. Hatred? There's only 2 things that have ever fueled your desire for art. Well, you know what? I have different desires for my intended art. Spite is a better word. Well, like, it's... Look, chat, we haven't added color to this. This is supposed to be a trading card. Okay, clearly we need a more dramatic motion. We need a more dramatic motion. We need a more dramatic motion, clearly. We need a more dramatic motion. How do I convey a more dramatic motion? How do I convey? How do I convey something that's not love letter? I'm not upset. I'm just fueled on chocolate at 10:30 in the evening. As a slightly older woman, let me add context to that. Fueled by chocolate at 10:30 in the evening. The quad looks like the size of my hand. Okay, well, we can make the quad smaller. I suppose that's a good start, chat. Let's make the quad smaller. I suppose at least we have somewhere to start. Me when the size of trading card needs to be adjusted. It's fine, it's fine. Anything to make it seem more proper to the intended medium and intent of the medium. See, chat, this is why I have to do this in front of a live audience. See, Chow is still in this live. Now laugh. Laugh track on you. Chat, how would you feel if I added a sound redeem for a laugh track? How would y'all feel if I started adding, like, sound redeem so it could be, like sign. I'm just holding it in my hand, like, I don't know, chat. I'm just... Now it's looking comically small. Maybe we gotta change strategies, chat. We gotta change strategies. And we're gonna do the Yu-Gi-Oh thing, you know? You know how, like, Yu-Gi-Oh, they, like, hold the cards in a very, like, exaggerated way? Like that, you know, chat? Maybe we gotta do it like that. You know how in Yu-Gi-Oh they hold the cards, like, in a very exaggerated way? We gotta do it like that, chat. We gotta hold our Yu-Gi-Oh cards in an exaggerated way. Such that the nature of the card game and the nature of holding the cards can be properly... what's the word? Can be properly, like, rendered and articulated through artistic sense. Now the hand looks significantly worse because of this, but whatever. Because it looks... I mean, I'm not a Yu-Gi-Oh protagonist. I'm not a Yu-Gi-Oh protagonist. Ugh. If I wanted to be a Yu-Gi-Oh protagonist, I think I'd have to do a better job of, like, attracting men or something. I say that because clearly all of the mainline protagonists. If that wasn't a... No. There might be one, like a single one that's straight, and I don't know which one that is. It might be the one from Zexor. My hair needs to be more colorful and spiky. Well, yeah, like, that's the problem, chat. There's no way we could be a Google. There's so many things that we're missing. I'm convinced the spiky hair functions like that of, like, I don't like this, chat. I want to go back. We spent this whole time, like, adjusting the card. I want to go back. I don't like this hand. I want to go back. Like, I don't really particularly... I'm not in love with, like, either of the hands that we drew. This one in particular, I'm not a fan of. Just trust the process. The hand continues to look terrible, but like, whatever. We should have stuck with the first hand. I made the mistake of just not copying the video. Plus the process is messy. The process is messy and looks more bozo than how it was published. Maybe if we spend less time, if I can reduce the amount of time we spend on this game with the hand. Like an intended blank of a singular flame. I will. What are we gonna put in between? I have no idea. Maybe we can change the position. Maybe we can change the position. Alright, maybe we can change the pose here to make this more visually interesting a song. Well, here's the thing, is like we already stuck the hand out, so it doesn't make any sense to have the like the only other position I can see for the club, right? The only other position I can see for the club would be like if the arm was like bent. Like this. And I'm holding the card up like facing it myself. We've already moved the arm from that position. So that position makes no sense. Spiky twin tails? Why would I do spiky twin tails? I'm not trying to be a unicorn. There was one more thing we could try. Yeah. No, why would I have the lobster do all this? This makes no sense. Narratively, it makes little to no sense. Okay, you know what we can do, chat? We can be a little lazy. Oh, hello, what's up over there? Thank you for the follow. I know what to do. I know what to do, chat. Well, we use that same motion of bending the arm, but in a slightly different context. Y'all will see when I'm done with this. I hope y'all will see the vision. It's gonna either look really interesting or really awkward. We'll find out. Not really sure how to draw this. How do I draw this? What are the Yu-Gi-Oh style like? Sorry, that was. Gonna be a little bit lazy with this flame. Not like by too much, but we're gonna make some like rough adjusting. Something like that. And we'll play the whole thing through. And hopefully y'all will see the intended vision. I'll see how I feel about it too. I think that has like a flow to it. Now to really see how I feel about it. probably wondering, Sam, why is there blank space at the end? So that when the animation like ends, I can see... You'll see the last frame before it moves. And being able to see that last frame and keep the last frame in your mind kind of decides whether or not did I get the 3 million gems? I did not. Oh, yeah. How do you get the 3 million? Because I sure did not get the 3 million. Which ads are starting soon. I feel kind of bad that ads are starting, but I think we will be on at least 15, 1 5, not an hour. 1 5, not 1 5. So I do think I like that. And I suppose now is when we can start like adding an outside of these. I think I'm sticking with these basic keyframes. The only one I might change is the close-up of the hand holding on. I'm liking this, I'm liking the frame. We obviously need to add a little bit more detail to some of the flames. Like, we cleaned up the flames from how it was. This is vastly different than how we started. This is like very different from how this all began. So if I head back to the top here. So if I show y'all like how this all like started. So what y'all will see here is how this looked like when I got this from my phone. I did this whole little animation sketch on my phone. So this is the before. Pay attention to how it looks. This is the before. A cute little short little thing on my phone. And now this is the after. You all can see there's a lot more detail. We just spent some time like rendering some actual. I'm not really good at drawing. You only get better at something if you practice. I think this was really good progress because we did all of this tonight. So, considering we spent like an hour, hour and a half doing 3 hours to get this far, pretty well. It's going to be a pain when we have to fully render this. I'm happy that we've made this much progress. I'm probably gonna add more frames after this, which is probably like Probably going to be like ponytail. Then, I wonder if it would be. Is it less to Ghana? Probably like less. Always something. Oh, we'll adjust the end part of this. I might also like put something in between. In between here? Or maybe in between like... From like a narrative and case and stuff. Hydra, get him too. Get him, Senpai Dragon Hydra. Oh, Pokemon. I'll need to hop back to find. We'll need to go in and add. You know, that's just stuff that we like add after time time. Alright, let's check the next duel live. This might be... Oh no, we got like 20 more minutes. We can make some adjustments. Yeah, we got 20 more minutes. We got this. Surely we got this. I'm not really good when it comes to like, faces. We could just do something as simple as like this. I'm actually historically bad. Like really bad when it comes to faces. That looks really dorky, I don't know. You're figuring out how to dry this lettuce for a salad. My folks have always had a salad spoon. This isn't even a brick battle. It just looks like they're afraid to commit a crime. Yeah, what's in the blade? Well, I guess we'll see. Like, they have cyano in hand. Is that not good enough? Like... Oh. I suppose maybe they were looking... Oh, songs of the Dominators. Hello, Dominators. That can only be one. Okay, so like... Alma was. Mobile was. Welcome back. Hello, English. Like, that's the thing, like, it kind of doesn't matter. That card doesn't matter in Disguised Light. They kind of only want one monster. I guess it turns off, like, Ace Zero, but, like... Oh, that... I hate this fate. I wish I was better at drawing faces. Like, I don't know. I just can't. I wish I could. Just can't. Like, I won't get any better without practice. Like, I really don't like how we spoil it. And thus cat concludes quote unquote. Other things drawing people is hard. Enjoying the details on people is like awesome. Maybe it'll look better from far away. Answer is no, it does. Oh no, it's not. Drawing face. We're going to be here for a while, as I put it. Like, I could be really lazy and just do this for like the face. But I don't want to do that. Oh man, thank you for the 30 streams. Oh, yeah. I don't want to do that. Even though this is like a very this is a very reasonable solution. I just don't know how. I don't particularly love when I do them like anime style either. Like, this also looks funky. There's no good solution. Really no good solution. Faces. I'll go with that for now, but again, diamond game. A lot of diamond gaming. A lot of diamond gaming. Thank you for the high tea. Like, if I'm not careful, they look too friendly. Which I suppose there's nothing wrong with, like, people looking friendly. They sure have seen. Like, can't you ever find normal ingredients in this house? I don't know, Bella. Have you tried stalking normal? I really don't like how this faces. It looks like the scarecrow from like old school Wizard of Oz. Suppose the eyes aren't like shift. It just looks funky. It just looks... Drawing faces is difficult. You will never shop for your own stuff. You're suffering with apple cider vinegar and olive oil. There's nothing wrong with olive oil, I don't think. It's not like the worst thing in the world. I think of the things you've listed, which so far was only 2. A little bit too much difference. I don't know, chat. This just looks increasingly awkward. I really don't like the face. I will. We will revisit this at some point. I'm just not a particular. I think this is fine. The eye. It's something with the eyes. I don't like how I'm doing the eyes. I don't know how else I want it to be. We could be lazy and we could have the eyes closed for the first flame. We could be really lazy and have the eyes closed for the first flame. The problem is eventually he has to open his eyes. I'm not emotionally prepared for that. You think olive oil goes bad? I mean, I think a lot of things can tend to spoil. I don't know how long you've had your olive oil. Let's go tempeh. Okay, here's the other problem is that the leg figure for sure isn't closing their eyes. So... I'm not sure how we want to entirely do this. Olive oil is eternal. That's my goal. That's my goal. I really don't know how I'm going to do this. Like, Josh, I don't know how to draw faces. I'm not trying to say that you know how to draw faces, but my current struggle, I don't know how to draw faces. I make 2 dots in a curvy line. No, I don't want to do eyes like that. But it's not like I have a much better way of doing it. So thus leads us to our current conundrum. Let me see that bottle. Which bottle? The olive oil? Goodness me. Make him faceless, put a helmet. No, the problem is that some of the people that I'm drawing have like an actual reference sheet, and they don't have helmets. They don't have helmets. They don't have helmets. We're trying to stick to the proper source material here. They don't have helmets yet. I don't know how I want to do their eyes. But... now they look increasingly Chinese. It is my struggle, chat. The struggle continues. Oh, they look like Lu Bu, General Lu Bu from Chinese mythos. Adding this doesn't particularly help. Would maybe help them look a little bit less... Okay, no. How angular can we make these eyes to which they probably look less Chinese? Clearly, if we add more definition to the eye. Focus Sky Striker. I'm gonna be honest, chat. Sky Striker is getting to the point that you can put it in like literally anything. I suppose I like that face a little bit more than I like the other face. I'm not in love with it, but this isn't like the worst face to go with. The problem is like it just doesn't. think we come back to this when my brain is at 100% brain power. I think right now we're running on empty. We spent a lot of energy like using our brain to actually draw things. I know that's a statement of all times. Trust me on this. I think after this duel, we'll call it after this duel. We've done a lot of work today. We probably also need to make the quad in this flame school. In the meantime, I'm gonna find a bonus to send y'all to the Appreciate y'all for hanging out. We have been very productive this week. I'm happy, very happy, very pleasantly surprised with how productive we've been. Who is my... Where did y'all to a lot of these people recently? I think I'm gonna send y'all to Meet Con. Meet Con is very sweet. Let's wish her a happy new year since it's still like within us. Save our progress, and after this duel, I'm gonna be sending. Appreciate your sending out. This is a long duel. This is a very long duel. I feel like this duel has been going on for like several minutes. I suppose while the duel goes, thank y'all for hanging out. Appreciate you. Excellent. let me export this. I suppose I can double check. So this is happening off screen, so y'all can't see. I'm unsure if we'll keep the last flame with the Conadile or not. We'll see how I feel. It's over. Very unfortunate that it's... I suppose all things do eventually come. But Yukon is a very sweet company. If y'all like my vibe, if y'all like Yapping, she's very much like she's very comfy in like a different kind of way. She's very inviting, so I think that's like a lot of her comfiness. She's very friendly. So I'm gonna go over to congrats to the Rizio player winning this duel, I suppose. Thank y'all for hanging out this evening. We were very productive. We need to get a lot more dueling going on to raise our economy. So we're probably going to be doing a lot of like half duel, half odd nights. Unsure if y'all are going to see me for the rest of the week or not. It's really going to depend on my schedules. But here is the raid message for me. Happy New Year. Hope you got your stuff in. YouTube, Twitch. Thank y'all for hanging out. I hope you have a nice rest of your day. Do take care of yourself. I'll see y'all when I see you. I always appreciate y'all hanging out. If y'all didn't catch me last time, Happy New Year's. Send me con all night. Do take care of yourselves, folks. Again, see y'all when I see you. And just remember that you're all in my thoughts. Wonderful. And wait, bye bye Twitch chat. Thank you for coming out, YouTube. And